The nonary game. The nonary game.
Hello, everybody. How is it going? We are back with the finale of 999. I fucking mean it this time. We're gonna complete this game. I don't know why I said it so antagonistically. I'm enjoying this game. It's interesting. I've never played a game quite like it before, and maybe that's why people like it. Yeah? Yeah, maybe that's why. So I hope you are all doing well. I forget, what were we doing last time? Does anybody remember what we were doing last time? I think we're on, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Let's just get into the game, should we? Shall we? Let's just get into the game.
The nonary game. The nonary game.
Alright, cool. Now my controller's not working. No. Why does this happen every single time I go live with the nonary game? No. Okay. All right. We were here. I am just getting back from tabletop. Be here for real in a second. What's tabletop? I'm not sure what you mean, but take your time. Really.
Huh?
Junpei and June looked at one another. I forget what was happening. There was nothing they could think of to say. Oh yeah, Santa just admitted that his little sister is dead.
Hey, what are you two doing?
Sorry,
Let's
Santa.
Get moving, come on.
Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them.
Let's go.
Yeah.
They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired.
Oh, you're finally back.
The door had shut, but it wasn't a cause for concern.
Sorry we took so long.
Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once again.
Let's go.
In single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them. Oh, am I immediately into another puzzle? I might be immediately into another puzzle.
No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight.
There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are.
Oh, you're playing Cyberpunk Red. Is that a board game? Is that what you were referring to? D&D but Cyberpunk. Oh, that sounds cool. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trace.
Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going.
That's what you do in Zero Escape. You say the line Zero Escape. Seek a way out. Alright. Cargo room. Click on stuff. Where am I, by the way? I'm here. Okay. Okay. Right, go back. Boxes! These crates are quite large. They seem to be tied to one another with sturdy straps. What's this? There are a bunch of bags here. I wonder what's in them. Probably sand. Oh. Card with the 9th man's face printed on it. What's that? It's a card. It has a headshot on it. A headshot? Yeah. I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. I mean, it looks like it goes into something. A box! There's nothing inside. Okay. Aha! Yeah, okay, I understand. So Santa is... It's locked. We need the key. All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they... Oh! Ace bent down and picked something that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards. There's some number of boxes and cards with pictures of all of us. Does that mean we need to collect the cards we don't have? Alright, fine. That's an easy enough puzzle, right? We've searched all the boxes. There's nothing in them. Is there something in this? card with a headshot. That doesn't quite look like 7. I want to see that a second. Am I crazy, or do they kinda... Or maybe it's just the art style. Maybe I'm looking too deep into it. Yeah, those are all just the... Yeah, I'm looking too deep into that. Alright, they're all... Well, they're all in this shit. Okay. That's 6. The stairs, they go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Jinpei? Whatever, I'm going. It's the only door here, except for the one we just came through. And then this is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. Is it an electronic lock? Nah, it's just a keyhole, right under the doorknob. So to open this door, we gotta find the key that fits the keyhole. It goes in the square hole. Oh god. There's 6 holes here. They look like jacks for a headphone cable. Jacks, huh? Maybe if we put something in them. Yeah, something might happen. Okay. Let's look over here. What's in this? Oh, whoop. There are 3 crates here stacked up like stairs. If we climb up there, I think we can get over the fence. Junpei, you think you could go take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I've, got a bad feeling about it. Pussy. Okay, fine. I'll go. Please be careful, Santa. Yeah, but just in case. Wait, what's he going to do with that screw? I don't see what's throwing a screw at a fence is. Holy shit! This? Oh, man. There's electricity running through that fence. Looks like it. Then we can't get to the other side. Well, we could jump off those crates, but we wouldn't be able to get back. What are you saying, Jumpy? There's a huge electrified current throwing through that fence. If you do that, you won't be able to get back. Well, if I can move some of the crates over there, are you even sure you can move them? What if they weigh too much? Then what are you gonna do? Oh, yeah, Hadn't thought of that. Oh, 2 more. Not cool, man. I took this picture without my permission. Looks pretty cool, though. You look really handsome in this picture. Hey, knock it off, lovebirds. What? We're not a couple, not at all, not in any way. I want to read all that text. There's some sort of liquid in these barrels. I'm not sure what it is, however. Alright, how many do I have? I've got 8. Who am I missing? Missing Ace. There's Ace. They all look so different. It's Ace's card. You look like some kind of European lord. Oh, my headshot. You want to see it? It's actually a pretty good picture. No, I don't need to see it. In fact, we really ought to get back to our search. Snake. Is that Snake's card? Yeah, you want to see it? No, that's fine. A card with Santa's face on it. This is Clover's card. You know, looking at this photo, she's kind of cute, isn't she? Huh? What's up? Well, oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Why does her smile make me feel cold? This must be... Oh no! Don't look at it! I'm not cute at all, and I'm not photogenic. And I don't look sexy either. Next to Clover, my skin looks gross. And I'm not sexy like Lotus. I know guys for women who look like Lotus. But, I'm trying too! I'm doing the best I can! So please don't call me a board or a trash can or a cutting board. Wait a minute. I haven't said anything like that. Have I? This is Seven's card. This is supposed to be a trading card. It's not a very good one. There's a picture of Lotus on this card. Man, her hair is ridiculous. It's like clay or something. Says the pot to the kettle. This card has the 9th man on it. He is the first victim of this nonary game. Actually, come to think of it, he was acting pretty weird. Wonder what his deal was. Well, we'll never find out. He's dead now. In every timeline.
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards. We just need to insert these cards into the slots at the front of each box.
Junpei stared at the cards in his hands. Ace peered over his shoulder at them.
You know which card goes in which box, yes?
Junpei gave him a look.
Yeah, of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers, then you pop the corresponding card in the right box. So for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it...
Oh, I see.
Huh? What is it?
Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened. Just then, Junpei heard a noise. He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence.
Hey, June, are you okay?
She did not respond. Junpei spun around back to face Ace.
I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finish the box thing, alright? Just put the cards in the boxes.
Why is he acting
I'm counting
stupid?
on you.
He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off toward June.
Are you alright? What happened?
Junpei called out to her as he ran.
Can you stand?
As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Junpei put his palm on her forehead.
Huh?
You're still warm.
Her temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he'd checked. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone.
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know?
Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up.
Still, to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off of her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still.
Alright, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
Medicine. Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company. Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think.
I thought he was a good guy.
Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
Soparil. Soparil.
Oh, that's what he injected.
I've heard of that before somewhere.
That's what he injected himself with, right? Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard about Soparil before. Santa continued.
Soparil. It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature. A lot like how nitrous oxide is. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective.
So his drug was on this
A
shit?
bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals stock did too.
Junpei, have you heard of Ligma?
Why do you know all of this?
Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple.
I heard it from the old man himself.
Oh, he just admitted that?
From Ace? When?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second-class room. Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? It was back then.
Oh,
I
okay.
asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Are you worried about something?
Little bit.
Nothing.
Yeah, I am. Well, I am. Junpei isn't, because Junpei doesn't understand. This iteration of Junpei doesn't know this shit. As he spoke, Junpei looked over towards Ace. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes.
What the hell is he doing?
He turned back to June and Santa.
June, don't push yourself, alright?
Yeah,
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
That's
Sure.
bizarre. He gave them both a short nod, then turned and headed towards Ace.
What are you doing?
Ace back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man took a look around at him. His face was pale and covered in sweat.
What happened?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
What can't you see well?
These pictures.
Oh, never mind. He's not the Mystic Messenger. Is that what the original was?
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing.
He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
I've always seen that meme with something else. I've always seen that meme, like, tied to something else, never the actual original. So I didn't know what to Google, so I just typed into Google, failing to tie shoes, comic, he's crying. Because that's the only... Why is everybody getting sleepy? You can sleep when you're dead. Wait, wait. Oh, okay. He shoved the cards into Junpei's hand and walked quickly away. Like, the first time I saw it was, the 3 leaders of Pokemon Go. The Pokemon Go teams, like Mystic, Valor, and Instinct. Instinct being the one that can't tie his shoes, which, you know, as somebody who's on Team Instinct, fair.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out?
Junpei looked at him quizzically. How could simply looking at cards have tired him out? Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All the pictures were quite clear, and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad? No, we know about that.
What had made him so uncomfortable?
That was when Junpei remembered what he heard from Lotus much earlier.
Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs, looking quite depressed.
Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
If you really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help all that much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was the best he could keep Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being.
Oh well.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
9 cards with pictures, and 9 boxes, and 9 hours, and 9 doors, and 9 persons, and 9... 9. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is in number 2. I just need to do the same for the rest.
I wanted to solve the
Finally,
puzzle.
The 9th man's card into box 9.
All 9 box lids popped open at once.
Yeah! Oh, they opened! What the?
In each box was a single pin.
9 pins?
They looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker.
I guess I'll take them with me.
Junpei collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. 9 pins. Okay, so this is clearly the puzzle. There are 6 holes here, and it looks like the pins I just found would be a perfect fit for them. The ones you found in the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? Alright, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go on the top part, and 3, 5, and 7 on the bottom part. Well, some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6. I wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which light goes on. Well, I put the 2, 4, and 6 pins on the top part, and the 3, 5, and 7 pins on the bottom. You think maybe it's the digital root? The digital root? 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12, the digital root is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns on. 15, 9. Therefore, 9, 6, 10. Makes sense, right? I see. The lights that match the digital root of the pins inserted on the top and lower parts will light up. So that's how it works. Well, there's one other thing I'd like to check. If he wants to try, he's certainly welcome to. So, he put the 1, 2, and 3 pins on the top and the 6, 7, and 8 pins on the bottom. Oh. They turned off. 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. The digital root of 21 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns off. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. The digital root of 6 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns off. Oh, I get it now. The digital root for the pins you insert is the same as the numbers of lights that are lit. Those lights turn off. Yeah, it looks like that's the trick. Alright, now we know how it works. You want to give it a try? What? Wait, you mean you know what we're supposed to do with these lights? Well, no, but I figure we could try and see if we could turn them all on, you know? I figure something's gotta happen if we manage that. Turn on the lights, huh? Okay, Junpei. Let's make sure we know how this works, alright? Yeah. Alright, let's do it. This is gonna take forever. I mean, let's just do this. Wait, no, not that. Okay, so then... Alright, so if we want to get 1 on, we need 10, so that would be 1, 2, 7. And if we want 2 to go on, then we need 11, which we could do with... We could do with 11 or 20. So we could do 9 plus 5 plus 6. If we want 4 and 5, we need 13, which we could do with we could do with 2, 4, and 7. That makes 13. And then for 14, we could do 6, 3, and 5. And then for 7 and 8, we need 16, which we could do 3, 7, 6, and then you do we need to do 17, which would be 4, 5, and 8. I did it! F. All lights are on and the shutter's open. Hey, does that mean? Yeah, we gotta do it again. Man, I thought I was doing so well. Okay, so we got 9 holes, and there's an F above them. I don't know what the F means, but I ought to know one thing. What's that? This time there are 9 holes, so we need to insert 9 pins. Man, that's boring. Well, why don't you just try it, alright? Alright, well, fuck. So F in hexadecimal is... A was 10, B was 11, C was 12, D was 13, E was 15, so we need 16. So, in some way, this makes 16. Oh, fuck, this is Sudoku. Yeah, because it's always hexadecimal. Yeah, 15. Oh, did I say 16? No, 15. Okay, yeah, 15. Yeah, I messed that up. And then this is Sudoku. Hello, Trey, how's it going? So do I need to add to 15 in every direction? No, that doesn't make sense. Every row just needs to be 15? See, that's... I'm not thinking row because, like, there's diagonals and this and whatever. Because I thought it would be, like, in every... So it's... Every direction needs to be 15. That's rough. So what's the most important thing to put in the middle? That doesn't work, does it? No, that doesn't work. Okay, let's... Alright, so if 3 is here, 5 has to be in the middle, because that's the easiest thing that works. 3... If 3 is here, what 2 numbers make 12? Has to be 8 and 4. And then the opposite of 4 needs to be 6, and the opposite of 8 needs to be 2. And then the 1 goes here. And the 9 goes here. Let's go! Let's go! All pins inserted, all lights lit. We did it. The power's now on now. Looks like there's electricity going to the monitor on top now. Alright. Let's see if we can activate the device on top. I'm paying attention, Zero Escape. I'm paying attention. A green button, a red button, and a lever. So, like, if you just put 5 in the middle, then... So 5 is... it just occurred to me that, like, okay, there's an odd number, and, like, it's kind of like... It's kind of like the Nonary game idea, where if you take out the 9th man, everybody else can pair up to make... in some way to make 9, which is a realization that I had pretty early on. But, like, if you take away 5, then everybody else can pair up to make 10 in some way, and then 10 plus 5 in the which would be in the middle makes... Am I I don't know. I don't know if I'm describing that properly. A green button, a red button, and a lever. I wonder what these do. I think this might help. What the hell is this? Where do you find this? What is that? Where'd you find it? I found it when you were messing around with those pinholes. Who you calling pinhole? It looks like instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, there is a remote control for that. That? Yeah, that. Oh, are you going to have to do Dino Crisis bullshit again? God damn it. That machine over there, apparently it's called the Pushmaster 5000. That's also what I call my... Are you serious? Whatever, sir, what are you supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000? See the coffin on top of the crates? Yeah? Don't you want to know what the deal is with it? I do. You want to check it out? Yeah. Alright, so how do you think we're gonna get that? Well, there were some crates on the right side of the fence that piled up like stairs. Maybe if we make a path to the coffin from there. How would we do that? With the Pushmaster 5000! Line up the crates, I guess? Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess this is just another of Zero's puzzles. Yeah. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Oh, it looks like the Pushmaster 5000 runs off a battery. So to keep it from using up its energy too fast, it's been programmed that it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in. This is exactly like the puzzles in Dino Crisis. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. New material has been added to the file screen. The monitor shows a top-down view of the area where it can move the machine. Once I want to send my orders to the Pushmaster 5000, I just need to pull the lever. This is the reset button. Allows me to start over again. Once I want to activate the program, I just pull the lever. Alright, let's give this a try. Sure thing. Just keep in mind that there's a limit on the battery, alright? Battery dies after 50 moves. At least that's what it says in the manual. Hydrate! Oh god! 50 moves, huh? Also, keep in mind that the Pushmaster 5000 can't move the heavy metal crates, okay? Got it. Instructions for operation. When a square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 is pressed, the Pushmaster 5000 will move to that square. If there's a single crate in the way, the Pushmaster 5000 will push up to a single crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently and fill in the yellow areas. Okay. Oh, this is a Pokemon strength puzzle. I fucked up. No, wait, did I fuck up? Yeah, I fucked up. Alright, so that has to be the first move. Yeah, but then I'm stuck. Or am I? Fuck. I fucked up. Ah! Oh, fucked up. Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. And then I can't do that. And I'm stuck. Why is that? Why am I struggling on this puzzle so goddamn much? It's gotta be this way. But then it can't be. Okay, so the problem area is... why am I struggling so bad with this puzzle? I played Pokemon when I was 6 years old! I know how to do block pushing puzzles! Why am I struggling? I got the fucking hexadecimal Sudoku puzzle immediately! Let me try going the other way. Okay, I think I got it now. No! Alright, I almost got it, though. I almost got it, I almost got it. Fuck. Oh, it gives you another move if you fuck up? I do have a guide video if you want. I'll see if I can do it without it. I'll see if I can do it without it. I was so close. I believe in you. I appreciate that. Ugh, God, I want to... Did it. There we go. Hey, okay, I'm done putting in the program, and I didn't even need the extra step. I did it in 46. Is there a record for, like, the lowest number of steps that can take? Out of curiosity. Okay, I'm done putting in the program. What do I do next? Just be quiet and watch. See? It's moving already. How is it moving like that with the wheels, like, on... Okay. It takes 46 no matter what if you do it properly. Awesome, the Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to, and lined up all the crates. Great, now we can reach the coffin. We just need to climb those crates over by the fence. Climb the fence. Open.
Mummy?
Ugh.
Just kidding.
Really?
Whatever. Just open it.
Okay.
Why did it make it?
A small key and
That's a gun.
a gun?
Yeah, a revolver.
Wait a second, the gun wasn't even part of a puzzle? It was just a gun?
Looks pretty old.
I wonder if this is a replica.
This thing is... Are these real bullets? Oh, if this is real... Oh.
You're not gonna take it?
Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble.
Yeah, fair.
It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Maybe Zero put this gun here, hoping that something like that might happen.
But alternate reality, Santa took the gun and used it to hold her at gunpoint. So that's it. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. It's just a little thought there, Santa. Oh, thank you, Dapple, for tagging me again. In the cargo room, will he be able to solve it? Yes. Yes, I will be able to solve it. Ugh, God.
In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
Basically, I am a 999 genius.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me.
Me neither.
Okay, we've got that figured out.
Oh, why is it
You're not gonna
adventure
leave
screen?
that key
I don't want it to
there,
be
are
the
you?
adventure screen.
Of course not. We'll take that with us.
Yeah, leave. How about we leave the gun? Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid it on top. Slid the top of the coffin back into place, the gun back where they had found it. A rusty key. A rusty key. Maybe I can use this. There's a revolver in this coffin. What was this thing for? Jumpy. I know, I'll be there in just a minute. Okay, I want to make sure that nobody uses the goddamn gun. Nobody has the goddamn gun? We're gonna look again? You're a genius for the post I made last week, but I don't know why it's funny! Yay! Looks like it's open, Jumpy! I see, this key should open this door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go! Hey, where am I? Yes! It's opening! Oh, I accidentally skipped the you found it. Damn it! The hallway that left the... Hey, wait, just a little bit too early. The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight toward the stern.
A long hallway, huh?
Let's check it out.
Junpei and the other three proceeded down it, silently. Some distance along, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron gate covering each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be.
We've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started.
Junpei approached the elevator.
We needed a card to get to this point.
I don't see a card reader here.
Perhaps we aren't able to activate it from this location.
Why don't you just try pushing the button?
Yeah.
Gently, he pushed the triangular button on the wall. A moment passed. Oh, okay.
It works.
The elevator door opened and eventually shut again.
I think so.
Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator.
Good. Now we can go back if we need to.
What do we do? Should we return to C deck?
No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
I agree. Let's go.
The decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind and continued down the hallway. Why do I feel like the gun is going to become relevant? Sometime later,
Looks like it ends here.
Santa, who'd stopped walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped.
Only one door.
They searched around, just in case.
There isn't anything else. It's the only way to go.
Oh, this is where the 9 is. It was the door or nothing.
All right, let's open it.
Junpei took a deep breath, righted himself, then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. So the 9 doors are in here. He paused for a moment, then stepped through into the room. And there was the number he had hung over their heads since they'd woken up. 9.
The 9 door.
Like the numbers on every other door, this one, too, was a rough shape made of red paint. Its door was set in the back wall of the room. Junpei left towards it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed the door handle and shook.
Of course it wouldn't be that easy.
The red sat on the wall next to the door. Displayed on it,
Vacant. Huh. We finally found it.
Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last, they found the exit, but the cold gripped his heart, and he knew all too well why. As he stood, frozen, unsure of what to think or feel,
Jumpy!
Huh?
Look! Behind you!
he spun around. And he couldn't believe what he saw.
What? A 9 door. There's another one. Why?
Okay, we knew this already. Junpei's voice was barely audible, even to himself. He stumbled toward the second door as if somehow compelled. It was a small single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the door they'd entered from, but in the opposite corner.
It's 9, no matter how you look at it.
No, it's a 6 upside down. No, there's already a
The
6.
red is there too. So this is a real one?
Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself.
Why the hell are there 2 doors?
So you can all get out, asshole! It was Santa who answered.
There were always 2 doors. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Of course, we just assumed that there was only one. After all, why would there be more than one?
Oh, man. We fell for it. There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one would be left behind. Now it makes sense why the bracelets are numbers. 1 through 9. Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people. The digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1278 and 34569 for example. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2349 and 15678. The digital root is still 9. There are a bunch of combinations that work and they all end up the same way. If one team has the digital root of 9, so would the other one. What does that mean? The answer's simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. That's how it was meant to be. Zero didn't lie. He never said there'd be only one 9 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless all their infighting was. There were 2 doors. There was no need to kill each other.
They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they'd done.
This game was designed for that purpose. This Nonary game. We were all arguing and fighting over doors at the beginning. But if there had been one slip-up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now.
Yeah, but Santa's dead. The thought of it sent a chill down his spine. Well,
So, what are we going to do, Junpei?
a voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice.
Oh, right.
Hey, keep it together, man.
Sorry.
Jeez. So what do we do?
I'm sorry, yeah, did I say Santa? I meant Snake.
What do you...
We need to think about our next step.
Our numbers are 1, 3, 5, and 6. That's a digital root of 6.
So this begs the question, if the point isn't to kill people, what is the point? I don't know! To recreate the experiment from 9 years ago?
The 4 of us can't open the number 9 door.
The 4. Wait, don't tell me.
Yep. There's one combination that'll let 3 of us open the 9 door. That's why I'm asking, what now?
What now?
It took him no time at all to determine the answer. There was one combination of 3 people that would give a digital root of 9, 1 plus 3 plus 5. And that would mean
No, we gotta go back.
that wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed.
Yep.
I agree. We cannot leave June behind.
Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't
You're the
mind
love interest.
staying.
June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with the beginning of tears and her legs shook.
It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind.
Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door.
Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest. Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
No, Atlanta.
Huh? Oh, right.
Perhaps it was sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled.
You guys.
June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say.
Very well. Best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, Seven, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
Even as they spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation.
But even with all 7 of us.
Ace knew it. They'd all knew it.
Standing around here isn't going to accomplish anything, don't you agree? Let's find the other 3 first, and then search for another solution.
I guess you're right.
All right, let's go.
Ace looked at all 3 of them and turned and headed through the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Santa and June followed.
Huh.
Junpei started towards the door, then stopped.
Come to think of it, what is this room?
It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it?
We were so focused on the doors, we didn't even look around.
A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran through the length of the room.
Huh. It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony. But what kind?
Facing the 9 door was the carpet leading to the bow of the ship. And at the end... was it an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on the top of the platform was a coffin.
A coffin? What on earth is a coffin doing in a place like this?
But before Junpei had time to answer that question...
Hey, Junpei, the hell are you doing? Let's move!
Santa's voice echoed from the hall outside.
Right, okay. I'll be right there.
Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. Oh, shit. Dots, dots. They took the elevator up to C-Deck. Okay. It didn't take them long.
Look, it's...
Seven and Lotus.
They didn't look happy.
We've got a problem.
Oh, no.
Clover is gone.
Oh, no.
What?
Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. He turned back to Seven and Lotus.
What do you mean, gone?
Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask.
When?
Why?
You 2 went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Seven and Lotus responded as best they could.
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
Huh.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
Oh, no.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
It was empty.
Uh-oh.
Clover wasn't there.
Uh-oh.
There was a door on the other wall.
And it was open.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Well, obviously we didn't find her. You figured that much out.
Clover's gone.
No, he couldn't be
When
gone.
did this happen?
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover.
Oh no.
We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah.
There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
Is she back with her
All right, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him.
Yeah. June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there was only one thing in the shower room to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant.
Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go.
Is she axe murdering everybody again? There was a screwdriver stuck in between the door and the frame.
Good. We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
Junpei and June slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room.
No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
June's voice was faint, and she placed her hand over her mouth. Her face looked a little green.
The smell is horrible.
The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei hadn't eaten a lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the
Let's
divider.
check the back, just to be sure.
June offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. He stopped at the corner and turned his head.
No, she's not here.
As he expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body lying in a reddish-brown puddle of dry and drying blood.
Just where did your sister go?
Junpei whispered to what was once Snake. He'd asked rhetorically, of course, as there was no way he'd get an answer. He gave a deep sigh.
Such a horrible way to go. The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted. Huh? Wait.
The bright white of his ulna was clearly visible through the remains of his skin and muscle. Bright white. Ulna.
Bones.
The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Of course. Of course. Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. But the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm. Or at least it had been, once. That meant the corpse.
Jumpy?
June's unsure voice at Junpei's sudden strange behavior drew his attention back to her.
Oh, sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
Don't tell her anything. That might not be important or anything, you know. Junpei and June headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
He looked pale, and his face was drawn. Well, yeah, of course his face was drawn. He's an anime character. What would you expect his face to be other than drawn? Something terrible had happened. Like that joke. Junpei's breath caught him in his throat.
Did something happen?
Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
Clover is dead.
Why?
I found her in the first-class bathroom.
All sounds ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. What happened? What happened? June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and she was now dead. So he stood there, frozen in place.
Clover. Clover.
Why? What happened?
Why?
Why did this happen?
He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse. No breath. But she was still warm. Her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced his source back to her back, a gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. Wait, what?! When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover smile.
Clover?
Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again.
No way.
He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted into a sickening knot.
Let's get out of here, June.
Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom.
Are you alright?
It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
Yes, I think so.
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bedroom.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
She nodded, once, and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Who's missing? Oh no, yeah, this is enough. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it, and looked around as the figures gathered there.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was up.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover, why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad! She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin! Come quick! Or something like that.
Wouldn't I have heard that?
Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask.
Seven, there's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh, you think I did it?
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud.
Seven sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right.
A closet?
Yeah.
Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it, and gestured toward a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded and then looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it.
Figured it wouldn't open.
It was locked. It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it.
Huh?
There was one change, however.
This is...
Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder.
Rust?
Junpei stared at it, considering.
If there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe?
Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom.
Huh?
It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there.
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover.
As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5.
Behind this door. The ninth man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case.
Quietly, he pushed open the door.
Ugh.
The smell hit him like a blow to the face.
Oh, the hell? This smell is...
His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, turned what little food was there into a violent froth. It was too much for him, and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile splattered onto the floor. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of its intestines had slid onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. Blech! On the floor, next to the broken mass of the man's head, lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near him had already dried, like scabs on the floor. That was when he noticed.
It's gone. His bracelet. It's gone. It was right next to the glasses.
Why didn't you fucking grab it? It was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone.
But why?
Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Huh? Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway.
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Yeah.
Did you find something?
He thought for a moment before he responded.
No, nothing.
Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The 9th man's bracelet.
What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
Am I gonna get
What
stabbed?
is it?
It's a knife. Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom.
Clover.
As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips.
What was it you wanted to show me?
A knife! His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something. And I found this.
As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head. He knelt down and flipped open her right hand.
What?
She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important.
I'm opening it.
He picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it. Truth had gone.
Truth had gone, truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
A code.
The first clue was likely the phrase, sinister hand. Sinister hand means... the left hand. In a lot of... So I can't help but think of, like, this is gonna sound weird, but I'm going back to my Sunday school teaching. There's like a Bible passage where at God's right hand he put his sheep, and at his left hand he put the goats, and the sheeps were good, and the goats were the ones that had abandoned him. I'm also thinking in, like, certain cultures, people with left-handedness are considered like, to be cursed or something. Like, it's just considered bad. Also, in Christian teachings, like, it was considered... Like, have you ever seen the left-handedness chart? Left-handedness over time, where, we actually basically taught kids throughout history in the 1800s that, like, being left-handed was bad, even though, like, genetics of left-handedness would suggest that, it would occur at, like, you know, this rate up here, we taught kids that, oh, you shouldn't be left-handed, that's the wrong way of doing things. So, I'm thinking that as a clue as to why the Sinister Hand is the left hand, but maybe that's not the right thing, but that's the only guess I've got.
Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms.
Not what I was getting at, but okay.
The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean?
Junpei looked at his own left arm. The bracelet on his wrist.
Does the darkness of the Sinister Hand have something to do with the bracelet?
He examined the bracelet closely.
There's two things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone.
Truth. Gone. Maybe those two words. Oh, Sinistral is actually just left-handed? Okay. N-O-E-N-O-G-H. How about what else could gone and truth mean? I'll go with that because the left hand. I could go with that because, like, the Sinister Hand meant something.
Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact. In other words, something that is right.
Oh.
You could then safely assume that gone means left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms. Then truth equals right, and gone equals left.
It's the code for the it's the code for the safe. So left, right, left, right, left, right, left. I'm sorry. Right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Junpei looked at the bracelet again.
The left and right of the bracelet. These two things sticking out. So if I...
press them in the following order. Right. Right, left, right, left, right, left. Yeah. Truth. Okay. Be that. Boom! And then... one after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off of the face of Junpei's bracelet.
Wait, did it just...
He checked one more time, to be sure. One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers in the order they came in if he said anything.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Taking a picture of that. It's probably the code to open the coffin. Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei to head towards the bedroom. But how did Clover know how to open the safe?
3421. 143833421. 143833421. 143833421.
Or it's the code for that. Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. She had a bracelet too. But how did she get the piece of paper? Where'd that come from? Besides, someone had already opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? Junpei slowly dialed in the numbers the bracelet had given him.
1 to the right, 4 to the left, and... Oh.
Finished.
Bingo. I knew it was for this.
A small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up.
Oh, is this some sort of note?
Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding.
Let's see.
Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. That number is really interesting, but you have to do something to it. Oh god. Fact number 1. The nonary game was played once before, 9 years ago. We knew that. Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO... Genitar Hungo. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff, Nagisi Nijisaka. Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor, Chirukai Kubodo. Major shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Kajichika Musashido. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. 0. Junpei left the closet. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, 7, and June. He looked at each of them in turn and slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you.
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover.
The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly replaced by attention like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice.
Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock inside the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased.
It's 5 o'clock.
We've only got an hour left.
We don't have a lot of time left.
Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom. Dots, dots.
Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me.
Junpei stopped in front of the 3-door and turned around.
Ace, 7, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
What does this get at?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Junpei's implication was clear, and 7 understood perfectly.
Fine.
What about you, Ace?
Very well.
Sure.
Quickly, they press their palms onto the red. So that is 16, so that's 7. 3 asterisks shown from the red's display panel.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand.
Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure that he didn't place his palm on it and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared.
I knew it.
Just as Junpei had expected. It was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so as long as the bracelet was brought near it, Junpei pulled the lever down. What is this accomplishing? Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. Narrator, we've got an hour left in present tense. I've never caught that. Interesting. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well.
Huh?
It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Clearly, they were all expecting some answers.
Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation.
Clearly, they had hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued.
By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
Wait, what?
What?
Oh, this is... Oh! He's playing with his protopagnasia. His voice was full of surprise, but it also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. He spoke. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued.
The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right?
Only then was it too late did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei.
You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5.
As he spoke, Junpei lifted up his wrist to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist.
Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace, you have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth. So did Ace.
Prosopagnosia?
The others looked confused.
What's that? No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
He heard Lotus began to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then he turned toward Junpei and sighed.
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
Ace's face tightened, his eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds.
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Maybe you could use the AVG mod on the right up corner. So I want to read all of my thinking is like I like how the narration is written.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I know it might be a little annoying to hear me read everything, but I feel like this novel screen tells more of a story than the other one.
I have 3 pieces
if
of
you
evidence.
don't mind. I prefer seeing the narration. It makes things go slower, but this is the kind of game that I think needs to be taken very slowly and methodically.
The first.
I apologize for
Think
that.
back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us.
Lotus looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and continued.
Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room.
Oh! Yeah, that makes sense.
You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions.
But wait a second. We know that Santa isn't the one in there.
I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Altruism, huh?
Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear.
You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes.
Pleading was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled out the piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, then flicked it off into the darkness.
Oh well, that's cool.
So,
I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
So who is it? What do you mean it?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you.
Oh, is that Zero then?
The corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
What?
Oh. Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't Snake's...
I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least 2 motives. 1, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2, Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that. Or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you. So you...
Hey, hold on a minute.
For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke.
What's the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small piece of paper.
What's this piece of paper?
Santa squinted at the paper and began to read.
The nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei's.
It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first-class cabin.
Then suddenly...
Give me a break!
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury tinged with desperation.
That paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
Me. You said me, right?
Junpei's eyes narrowed, and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply, his eyes flicked off to Junpei, and something, anything else.
Wouldn't that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
That means he's loaded! It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and as he realized what he'd done, his eyes went wide.
Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all...
Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself into a more tenable position.
Junpei, you're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
But you have the number 9 bracelet in your pocket.
Nope. You could have.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Ace's face was tight, and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close.
Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this.
Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled.
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3.
1 plus 2 plus 9 equals 12. 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 equals 3.
That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth twitching like a dying fish.
If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. Oh, we were getting an evil laugh out of Ace? Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. Oh shit, he's crazy now! His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B-Deck.
His voice showed no emotion. His sense of remorse. No sense of remorse or interest. He was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
Yep, we get it.
As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments.
Okay, this is too distracting. Shut up! Shut up!
I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had used.
Right!
I quickly pocketed both of them and left.
That's where the knife came
I
from.
made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me.
But who was he?
The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." He turned around.
Whomst the fuck is that?
He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open. He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important. I tend to gloss over little things like that. I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting. But why then hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me. Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it.
But why did he...
9 seconds later, the door shut.
Who the fuck was... Whatever.
81 seconds passed.
The man inside the door passed away. Who was that guy? Who was that guy?
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
Ace's eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, then spoke.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Why? Why did you kill her?
She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Wait, what? Seven and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
What was in door 1?
Yes. I thought as much after I heard your report. of the
What room?
secret
What was door
stairs.
1? Chart room. Captain's quarters. I don't remember what was in. The other dead man.
I doubt the two of you could find it.
Hmm?
Huh?
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Uh-huh. What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the ninth man's corpse? Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you?
Oh, shit.
You saw that his bracelet was gone.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor, hard.
You're staying here.
No!
She leapt back and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
He was faster.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt, or remorse, or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage, and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing, with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did.
I lost to Zero. Not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap. Make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room, if he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me.
Those were the other people listed in the... Those were the other people that were listed in the note that was in the safe. And Zero wanted them all dead.
And we can't forget the components that were removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man.
Right.
It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them. For the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. Zero. And he remembered other words he heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace. Santa. June. 7. Lotus.
0 is one of us? No. Wait. There's one more person.
Snake!
The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is 0. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead. Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere laughing at us? If he is 0, he must have been lying to us about everything else. Is he watching us?
Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
He sounded as if he just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastard!
7 roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But something else was faster. A knife! It was Lotus. She stepped towards Ace, raising a fist of her own. And drove it straight into his nose.
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you?
Take the knife!
I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
Take the knife! He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Take the knife.
Before that...
Take the knife.
Let me give you one of my own.
Take the knife.
Huh?
Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snagged his arm around her and pulled Lotus's back up against him. In the same moment, he reached into his coat pocket. Oh, you have the gun! It was a gun. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it fun.
Wait, how'd you kill 3 people?
3 people? What do you mean?
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet.
Oh, shit!
Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. And with that...
Okay. Have a good one, guys.
So, the 9th man is also one of the guys listed on the note.
I'm going off ahead now. Well then. Why is it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Oh my god, there's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him! Ah!
So Zero knew that if... So this is probably, like, the most canon ending, if I had to guess.
I had 4 reasons for killing him.
1.
As I said before, in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on.
Clover's dead, though? Maybe that's canon.
I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That's the second reason.
3.
Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information.
You haven't played Sudoku yet, though? Ugh! 4.
Lastly, I wished to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this nonary game was serious, or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the
Oh, shut the fuck up, Avast.
rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Junpei glared at him.
I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace.
On the other side of door 6, we found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right? Bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Indeed, I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Ace laughed, a short, derisive snort, and it gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look.
Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
He can just leave.
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain?
Oh, he can just
I
leave
had
because he has the
assumed
9th
it would be
bracelet.
obvious. I have the number 9 bracelet. And now I have Lotus.
Yep.
Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you.
I'm very glad that I got this last.
Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
Shit! He's getting away!
But we can't risk it.
Junpei, Santa, June, and Seven stood frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad, but they had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit.
Now, Lotus, open the door for me if you would.
Oh, it looks so nice now! He forced Lotus to open it, and then turned and addressed them once more.
Goodbye.
Then he steps through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Damn it!
As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt to the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
Hey, June, what happened? Are you alright?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
Why does this keep happening? June's fever had returned, again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now and she could barely summon the strength to talk. Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jumpy, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
Damn it. You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June. Huh. She nodded, once. She couldn't manage much more. but it was all in the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set.
Yeah, all right. Come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you. Got it.
Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him.
Let's go!
Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
I don't see them.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palm full of sweat from his brow.
Maybe.
Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors.
Let's check the red.
The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. The red wouldn't tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room.
Engaged. It's occupied.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel.
What's that sound?
Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sound.
It's coming from over there.
It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or more precisely, what was on it.
The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force!
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
I forget. Anyway,
Cleopatra.
we've gotta try.
Who fucking knows? Junpei and Seven leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled.
Damn it!
See? Didn't I tell you?
Just 1 second.
If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Seven pointed at a keypad on the side of the coffin.
Right. So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do, Junpei
Is
wondered.
there some sort of clue somewhere?
Again?! They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over
Okay,
by
I
the
thought
bathroom
I
of the
wasn't
first-class
able to
cabin.
get it. Like, I know what the code is.
You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Start entering fucking numbers!
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Or 1,000,000, because that's how many digits there are in that number.
Who said that?
You.
Fine.
He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he had repeated it so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
1438 3421.
Quickly, he typed them in. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and then pressed the E button. It only took a moment.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside.
Snake!
Why does he have, like, cultist robes on?
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but... They had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently, he'd been hit some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them. Does that include Clover?
I see. I believe I got the gist of everything. Have I been sufficiently caught up?
No, there was one thing they had kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane.
Yeah.
They decided as much by a look at the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin.
But that still doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this. Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that notary game that was played 9 years ago?
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
It seemed as though Snake was perhaps not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good.
Oh, come on, just tell us if you know.
Come on, Talus and Jaffe!
Tell you. How can I know something I don't?
No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second
This is
wasted.
bad. We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist.
The three of us can't make a digital root of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh. Hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if them held anything.
What?
Oh, he
What
has
is
the
it?
he has the 0, doesn't he?
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon eye.
0. Zero's bracelet.
What did you say? Are you saying that Seven has the number 0 bracelet?
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, he'd been able to see, he would have been able to notice Seven look away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See,
Here's where it gets good?
on
Okay.
the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying.
Junpei could tell right away that Seven wasn't telling the truth.
He even told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
All right, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9.
Come on, man. I'm just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, all right?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him, quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the two doors. Seven and Snake put their palms on the red. Once they had done that, Seven put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9. Now they just needed to pull a lever, and the door would open.
Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
But it knows it's not a person, probably.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Huh?
What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
It's been an hour in real time of reading text. They're dead.
Oh, got it.
It doesn't need a person, just the bracelet. Right, but if 0... What I was saying, if 0 knew that the 0 bracelet was attached to somebody that wasn't one of them, using the 0 bracelet doesn't assist with the rule of 3 or 5 people need to go through the door. You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking, but I guess what you're saying is wrong. 3's in the chat. 3's in the chat! Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination. Oh no. All of us.
Let's try all 3 of us and the bracelet. If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 4.
Error, okay.
It didn't open.
Then this bracelet is not 4.
Then... let's try Snake, me, and the bracelet. If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 2.
The door didn't open.
It didn't open.
Guess it's not.
Then... let's try me. If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. They scanned in their bracelets.
It opened.
That means 0 is 6.
Yes, so it would seem.
7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful, and looked rather confused. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought.
That means the bracelet is actually 6.
So what does the 6 bracelet read? Still 6! Because it has to. But the person wearing the 6 bracelet...
But how is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that until recently had been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go!
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Why is Snake so smart?
Last?
Resort?
Okay, I guess we're going. Where are we? Junpei, Seven, and Snake ran full tilt down a long, straight hallway. They were heading for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, Seven spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort.
You're not gonna tell me?
Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was Zero. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off.
Yeah, because he doesn't... It can't detect his pulse because he has no left arm. So he can just go anywhere he fucking wants. He simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so... had he done it?
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
You don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
You are correct.
He'd walked through the door easily, without authenticating. He stepped down the other side, unscathed, and began running down the hall alongside Seven and Junpei. Smart guy. They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the
I
staircase.
think these stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
They nodded quickly to another and jogged down the stairs. It took only a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door.
Let's go through that door.
Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. It read, Incinerator.
Incinerator?
Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so.
Junpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the lever.
If you pull it, the door ought to open.
Got it.
He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. But perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind them. Another number 9 door. Oh, shit.
What? Why? Why is there another one?
The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. His brain finally began to consider why. The whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought.
Warning, warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Why?
Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes.
Oh, of course it's 9!
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face.
What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake? Oh, yes. You are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth.
If you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei 7. The three of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
That would have worked.
Well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Junpei felt his chest tighten.
Oh, they haven't told you?
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally I would take some time and enjoy the moment. But I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake.
Junpei could feel his voice going hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him.
What happened to Clover?
Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
The color left Snake's face. He shook his head, weakly.
No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
I'm sorry, did I stutter?
Wait, he just opened his eyes.
I killed her.
Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the ninth man had, you remember. I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft. My knife slid in so easily. There was no resistance. That feeling was... I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory.
Oh wait, did he kill the girl for 9 years ago?
Someday, perhaps. I hope I can feel it again.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake!
Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head.
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! Snake!
Don't do it!
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair.
Snake! Snake!
Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror.
Load it! Hurry! This way!
Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she'd made a run for it. So she reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman.
He raised the gun.
I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door.
Yep.
Quickly now! I don't have time for your shenanigans.
In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor.
I see. Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end.
Don't tell me. He shot Snake in the arm, and he wasn't affected.
I rather enjoyed playing with you.
Damn it!
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. He could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tense, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh.
Goodbye.
Then it happened.
Kill you!
Snake stood up.
What? No, that's impossible.
For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward, 1 step closer to Ace. Then another. He looked, for all the world, like a zombie.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll... Get away from me.
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury.
Listen to me. I said don't come any closer. Shit. You bastard.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times in the air, the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. A fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. So he just went like Hulk mode? Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. And then his strength was gone. His broken and battered body slid to the floor.
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Finally. You're...
But Snake wasn't done.
I'll kill you.
Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid towards Ace. One bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg.
You won't get away.
And the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
He kicks at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together.
That's, oh my god, that's good. That's some good Taliesin Jaffe right there. That's some good Taliesin Jaffe.
What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily. You don't have to die. You could be saved. Just let me go.
Pathetic. Begging for your life.
Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in their voices and their words were strained.
Snake, that's enough. You can stop now.
Yes! He's right, Snake. You've done enough!
Come on, Snake, let's go. Let's get out of here.
You have to come with us. We have to leave together.
Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood spattered across the floor. Then he smiled a sad sort of smile.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps In the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to go.
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
God damn it! Shit! We're out of time! We gotta go!
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul, and Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes were strung, and he tried desperately to swallow the clear lump in his throat.
Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here now!
Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged to his heart, alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller. And then it broke, crashing down with a thunderous force into his shaken, unprepared mind.
Snake! Snake!
Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Ace and Snake. Or he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his side and was hauling him bodily back toward the door.
No! No! I have to help Snake! 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 Get off of me! What's wrong? Snake! Snake!
Okay. He sounds like my leg! My leg!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 7, 6,
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright?
5, 4, 3,
He's dragging him out, okay.
1, 0.
Why is there an
2 and 3 are locked down.
Why are
Beginning incineration.
Why is there an incinerator on a boat? Junpei felt Seven's fist buried deep into his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door.
He's...
There was a small window cut into it. Inside, he could see Ace and Snake.
Sure! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this! Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why? Why? Zero! Zero! Zero!
Damn! That did get real. He didn't know how much time passed. I'm just here to bother him for a minute. Thanks, honey. He didn't know how long he stood there in front of the incinerator. Taliesin, Jaffe, no. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she'd put against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door and the hallway they'd come down earlier.
Hey, wait! Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going?
He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped.
You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
How?
We have to get
Don't
out.
worry about that. Just stay here and wait, all right?
He began to walk again. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. Like, why is that the outfit she chose to wear? Because she got kidnapped on her way back from dance practice. Why did she wear that during dance practice? I don't know. He knew where he was going.
I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe...
Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it.
Please work.
He pushed it and the door opened.
Yes.
Junpei was in the large hospital room.
June! Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. Ah, shit, where are they? But try as he might, he couldn't find them.
Damn it. Where did they go?
Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to go look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that it could be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Where the fuck are they? Where the fuck are they? Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. But there, on the red carpet in the center of the room... June. No, codenames didn't matter any longer. She was Connie.
Connie!
Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, she ran across the room towards her.
Connie!
He stumbled to a stop. Why? As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. He was still, so very still.
No. It can't be. It's impossible.
Slowly, Junpei bent down towards her. His hand shook and felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving, slowly. It rose and fell. Relief watched over him. Junpei reached down and gently, very gently, lifted her up.
Connie, are you alright?
Jumpy?
Aww. Her face was pale, and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei, but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but he felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
Oh man. Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was very faint.
I might not make it.
Why?
No way. I am going to let you die. I am going to save you. I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Oh, don't give me that I was crap. You're going to see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on, all right?
Why is she dying?
Jumpy, did you know
How to play Sudoku?
you meant a lot?
Why is she dying? Why is she dying? Why is she dying? Why the fuck is she dying? It doesn't make any sense for her to be dying.
I've liked you for a long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. She has a fever. Oh no! It could feel like a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. There was a crack of static from behind his head, and a voice spoke.
Zero. You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding?
Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice.
What the hell are you talking about? No. No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie. You can't. That is impossible. Why? Because you chose the wrong path. The wrong path? That is correct. Your path is inevitable, however. Admit defeat. Where there is shadow, there is light. Where there is the absence of light, there is no shadow. So it goes. What are you talking about? That is not. The loser has been decided. I told you! I am not gonna lose! No, you misunderstand. You have lost. I have lost. What?
Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before he heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it Zero?
Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise.
She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. The Zero was inside us the whole time.
Damn it. Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first.
He didn't want to leave Kane alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel.
Connie!
Why? She wasn't there! She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before, and now she was gone.
Oh God. No. No. Where is she? Connie. Connie! Connie!
That doesn't make any...
Connie!
That doesn't make any goddamn sense! His cries split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away, and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it.
Huh?
A strange smell, one he'd smelled before.
Wait. This is...
Wait, what?
White smoke.
Oh, so they're just gonna gas him and he's gonna drown? 9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. That doesn't... Why? Why? That doesn't make sense! You're gone for 5 seconds and she just Thanos snaps out of existence? I'm sorry, what? Why? I'll be right back. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, fine. We're gonna... Chance of loss is... I just got an achievement called Chance of Loss is not 0. Ugh, god fucking damn it. Seek a way out. Yeah, you didn't fucking let me. Alright, safe end. Okay, so... Alright. Okay, so... Okay, so I'm just gonna go here.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
So then I can go here, and then get this ending.
Look, it's
7 and...
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
what?
What do
So
you...
now this is
What?
locked.
Yeah,
But
she just did her...
there were.
She...
She just said.
And
So now I can
She
do this.
Wait,
We called.
so...
But
It was...
Clover.
There was...
And it.
We
We ran.
Clover.
When did...
We got him.
You certainly.
I'm getting this. I'm getting this ending first.
We haven't...
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm here.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
They searched a little longer, but with no luck. They couldn't find Clover.
There's no sign of her. Let's go.
Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. So I'm assuming, if I understand this correctly, like because I didn't understand the thing about prosopagna blah 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 blah, that opens up this side, and now I don't have enough to accuse Ace of being the murderer. At last, they reached the stairs, and Junpei spoke.
All right. I'm thinking we should probably split up.
Yeah, let's all split up so we can all get knife murdered.
I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stairs up to B deck.
All right, that sounds good.
See, I would have loved that ending if everybody besides Ace, I would have loved that ending if everybody besides Ace, Clover, and Snake made it out. Like, if everybody at that point just, left instead of June going, oh, I have a fever. Like, if everybody, and wherever the fuck Santa is, unless he's 0, I guess, maybe. Probably. I guess that's the only thing we can fucking deduce is that he's 0 somehow. So if everybody just left and lived, but we actually, the story had somebody die that we, cared about, that would be an okay story, I think.
But,
What?
could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone?
We're about to all get knife murdered, lady, it's fine.
Huh?
There was a reason Junpei insisted on calling her June, even when they were alone. Although, perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by a nickname they'd used when they were children. Okay, porn music now plays. Nine years ago, it came naturally, after all, they were children. But now that they were adults, it felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childless nickname felt odd to him. Of course, to call her Miss Kurashiki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurashiki would seem a little brusque. Although he couldn't put his finger on why, it felt somewhat forward to call her Akane when they hadn't seen one another for so long. In short, it was simply easier for him to call her June and leave it at that, and then he got stabbed in the back of the face with a knife.
Jumpy.
Oh, no, it's not.
We're all about to
I'm
die.
going then.
We're all about to die. So don't worry about it. We're dead. We're dead.
Yeah, be careful, Connie.
Kane, this is the last time I'm seeing you alive. You're about to get stabbed in the face. June, or perhaps more appropriately Kane, blushed and
You
smiled.
be careful too, Jumpy.
Now's a perfect time to flirt.
Yeah, got it. Take care.
What could ever go wrong with us splitting up? Don't get stabbed! Junpei looked after her for a moment as she ran up the stairs, and then turned around and took off for the hallway. Ugh. Why are we going down here? Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the final blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a dark place, June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door, and there she was. A woman sat, slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp, and her skin, smooth and pale as always, was covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe, and his legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless, hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk towards Lotus slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limb brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse. No rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something, somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind told him that it meant she had been killed recently. Yes, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife then? Oh wait, is this what happens when Ace goes off with Lotus by himself in the Axe ending? He just stabs her and kills her? Is that what happens? And then I guess in that ending, Clover and Ace have like an axe knife fight to the death, but we don't get to see it because Clover axe murdered me for some reason. She would have died immediately. He took little comfort in knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice Lotus's bracelet was gone.
Lastly, left.
Yep. Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or perhaps it was more accurately the person who would gain the most by obtaining the bracelet number 8. Who was that? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when a knife entered his brain as well. And you could guess what happened in sub-ending. No, he heard a noise. A sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. His meat. It struck him as strange as the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain. There was heat. Extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed! But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. His voice was little more than a weak groan. Knife ending's the most boring of the bad endings, in my opinion. It's a little boring. With that little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. Ooh, that sound design! But as he did, the knife dug itself in deeper, twisting viciously. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with his strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing, save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. 2 tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions, not anger, not sadness, not regret. The paralysis that it...
So is there any option where everybody gets saved? Or
That's the last ending.
Are you always just trying to get out
So we're trying to. It seems as if the last ending that I'm going to get, it's this one over here. Is gonna. There's gonna be another ending. I think everyone lives in this one. I was expecting to like live in some of the endings besides one. So Clover lived in this one. Probably Seven and Lotus and maybe Santa lived in this one. Maybe they got out. Ace is gonna live in this one, and Ace is gonna live in this one. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. I think that the one that I'm gonna get next is like the canon ending. I was expecting there to not be a canon ending, where like an ending where everybody lives, but that's too good to be true in some respects, and an ending where like some people live, but it's like more realistic because it's a horror movie, like somebody dies in a horror movie, you know? That's what I was expecting, but as soon as like I was getting to the end on that last one, that was like actually had like some drama, like some people died, and I thought some people were gonna live. The game just said rocks fall, everybody dies. And I'm like, it's like, why? I thought that they had something going. His killer glanced at down at his body. Is he gonna show me an image or no? Then, without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyes began to fade. The world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon, it swallowed up the last that remained of Junpei's mind, and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. Into utter emptiness, he fell. Into zero. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. Hello, Sursa Dreams, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. We're about to get to the last ending. Bad end. We just got knife murdered. And I got an achievement called Cut and Run. And that's the knife ending. And now time to get the last ending. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms in the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything, to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the two 9 doors. See, this one, Santa's a bad guy. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read, engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read, vacant. God. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7 equals 16. 1 plus 6 equals 7. There was no possible way for them to open the door with a 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door.
June.
He thought about June. About Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat, that was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
7 opened his mouth to respond when... Who is it? A noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something, vigorously. It wasn't mechanical. It was certainly human. Junpei and 7 looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet!
Clover motioned to 7 to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. You guys are getting an extra long stream today. I hope you guys enjoy it! The 3 of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Where is it coming from?
Could it be? Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right.
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try!
Junpei and Seven grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find and pulled with all their strength.
Damn it!
It won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
If you're finished before midnight, I'm down for Among Us. I'm not gonna be able to play Among Us because I gotta work in the morning. But I will be done. I have to stream the crowd control Among Us thing, and I'm gonna have to be done after this. No, it's surprising. Nobody's doing crowd control Among Us on Twitch. I'm very surprised.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out. And now.
I know that. But how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews and Seven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing.
There's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out? I need something.
The world blinked. Ow. Suddenly, there was a voice inside of Junpei's head. Truth had gone, truth had gone, truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
Wait, what? What the hell was that? That voice.
Okay, so that's a little... So the game has been a little bit grounded in... Strangely enough, the game has been grounded in reality. For the most part. Like, yeah, like, it's kind of ridiculous that somebody set up this, like, you know, super elaborate, like, anime Saw situation. But for the canon ending to kind of be, and then the main character had an epiphany from beyond the realm. That's a little... It's a little inelegant for what this game has done so far. Junpei was utterly and completely baffled.
Huh? What?
What's up?
Seven and Clover ran over to him. That's the whole point of Uchikoshi games, but he only did it once. Get morphogenetic fielded, but he only did it once. Like, he didn't do any of it up until this point. Until now. And then it's like, okay, you know the answer. It's a little... Like, the writing has been really good, and then at the end, he's just kind of like, and then you know. It's just... Like, if anything, it's like orange juice and toothpaste compared to the rest of the game. If he told them that he heard a voice, they'd laugh, or worse, think he was going insane. So all he said was...
Nothing.
He cleared his throat a little too loud, and looked pointedly down at his bracelet. There were a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Junpei. Press the buttons. Left, right, left, right, left, right. The whole game has been about this, but it hasn't! They've talked about it, but they haven't actually implemented it into the game. Like, it's only happened that, yeah, the whole game is about this, kinda, but it only actually ended up happening in practice one time. It's a little weird. That's wrong. You know that already. You should know everything. If you don't, then why did you bother to look at the bracelet? Oh, I pressed that wrong. Up, up! I picked the wrong one. Yeah, it was this one. My bad. That was it. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 8 numbers blinked on and then off on the bracelet display. Junpei checked one last time. One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1, 4.
Huh?
Huh?
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
Oh my gosh, are those?
Huh.
Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keypad, running over the numbers in his head so that he wouldn't forget.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Everybody's getting a lot of use out of that emote.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
With trembling fingers, he punched them in. Beep boop boop, beep boop boop, beep boop. That was all of them. He punched the E button. And then Distant Fox followed! Perfect timing. Thank you very much for the follow, I really appreciate it. There was a moment of complete silence. Then there was a sound of the coffin done latching. Someone sat up out of it. That's an amazing emote. Whose emote is that?
No way!
That's an amazing fucking emote.
What?
Why are you...
Hi, I'm Taliesin
Hello.
Jaffe.
Is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you. Snake!
You? Why?
Junpei? And
Everyone else
7?
multiplied that
Is
number by
you?
9. Is it
Is everyone else
9999999?
there as well?
Do you get 999? Do you get like a bunch of 9s if you do that? No, you don't. That wouldn't make any sense. That wouldn't make any sense because 9999999 divided by 9 would be 111111111 or whatever. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Just like Rip Van Winkle. Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask.
Oh. Jeez.
Junpei and Seven shared a wry smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears.
You're back!
With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms. And you didn't need to axe murder anybody, Clover!
Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
Oh, you're back!
Clover looked like nothing so much as a lost child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red and her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped, as if she were about to begin hyperventilating.
You're back! You're really here!
Her voice was happy, but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arm strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had to convince herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he had been gone for the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
You're back!
Come now, what's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave.
Ah! Look at that Taliesin Jaffe moment.
Not as though you did. I really thought you were dead.
Clover's voice actor sounds very familiar. Who is she voiced by? Dapple, you probably just know this. Like, you have it, like, listed in a diary sitting next to you.
Huh?
You jerk! Idiot!
Wendy Lee! That does sound familiar. Wait, like, I think I just have somebody in Fire Emblem. I don't want to open up Fire Emblem Heroes. But I've definitely heard Fire Emblem Heroes. Wait, no, I gotta know. I gotta know. Who does she voice in Fire Emblem Heroes? American Bandit. Who does Wendy Lee voice in Fire Emblem Heroes? I know she voices, like, a lot of people. Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Even though Junpei knew that they had little time, and every minute they had waited was a minute they wasted, it felt cruel to pull them apart. Junpei and Seven sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired. Dots. Oh, I need to figure out who... Who is voiced by Wendy Lee? Who is voiced by Wendy Lee?
I see. I believe I understand things. You.
Not you. Are you Wendy Lee? Yes, Veronica was voiced by Wendy Lee. Veronica, Lynn, Sophia, and Maria. Yeah, that sounds right. Yep.
In the shower room, there is a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought that I was dead, correct?
He had quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours.
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here, in this room.
As a filthy Danganronpa fan, I know Wendy Lee's voice well. Okay, so what do you think is... So I said this before and Dapple got mad. Is Zero Escape the gateway drug into Danganronpa?
Do I have it straight?
Well, the dead body in the captain's quarters is a surprise.
Sorry, there wasn't a good time to tell you.
Don't worry about it.
I was the other way around. Okay.
Well then,
because
I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed.
Because in my mind, I thought that Danganronpa is like the more hardcore one.
It's still something of a mystery who did all this, and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me.
Because I feel like there's a, like, you know, the domino effect of, hey, I want to play this visual anime novel game, and then all of a sudden, like, hop, skip, and a jump, you have, like, a bunch of these weird plushies of, like, bears that are, like, multiple colors all over your room.
And the corpse in the captain's
Zero Escape
quarters.
is more adult? I thought they just, like, kill off a lot of fucking people in Danganronpa, though. I thought people in Danganronpa die horrible, horrible deaths. But maybe that doesn't make it adult. Maybe that just makes it more graphic. Maybe this is a more mature game, and it's just kind of like a slaughterfest in Danganronpa. Maybe that's not fair. I don't know. Can you tell I haven't played Danganronpa? Am I going to play Danganronpa? Danganronpa is super cartoony and crazy. So it's like complete with pink blood. Oh, so everybody's filled with Pepto-Bismol in that universe. Great. So maybe I'm being like too reductive. It's kids and more cartoony. So it's kind of like, so this is like your psychological horror, and Danganronpa is more like your slasher film. Is that a good way to describe it?
Why were they killed in the way they were?
You don't know?
No. Why would I?
The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X. Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes. But you're wearing some kind of weird robes. That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. We need to figure out who that was.
I know.
I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up.
Danganronpa is less sci-fi, but it's less sci-fi, but it's more like talking bear murder man thing.
I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
When were you knocked out?
When we split up to look for the red.
Where did they get you?
The
Do
bear
you
is a
remember?
robot.
It was a small room in one of the hallways on C deck.
What happened?
The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A canister releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent.
Then that means it was...
Zero.
Looks that way, huh?
There's nothing else I have to tell you. When I woke up, I was in this coffin.
Junpei crossed his arms in thought.
Why? Why did Zero make Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How would that benefit Zero?
Okay, so now we know this.
I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean? And I have no idea how I got the passcode for the coffin either. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Where did those words come from? Why did I feel compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them?
Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He had no answer for him then. And he still didn't.
All I know is my fingers moved on their own. It was like I did it subconsciously. I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean?
Yeah, the game definitely took a turn. I love Junpei's voice actor, and he's done, like, nothing else. I've been very... Normally, I do look up voice actors, but I've been very careful about looking up anything for this game. Like, I've looked up nothing. Even though, like, I'm clearly curious, but I want to, like, remain spoiler-free. Because if you get spoiled on this game, there's no game left. What else did Junpei's actor do? His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think.
Also, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
Do not look up Junpei. I'm not going to. I'm not going to. So, but I wanted, you know, I'm always curious. Ever since I started getting into Critical Role, I made it a point to, like, look up voice actors, but certain things, I'm not looking up voice actors because I don't... Oh, he was in Monster High? Because Lupe is actually planning on cosplaying from Monster High soon. That's hilarious. I mean, Taliesin and Wendy are probably the two most decorated, the two most decorated of the voice actors in this game.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was...
There had been another experiment conducted on this same ship 9 years ago, and a girl had died during it.
What?
Morphogenetic field theory. The two murders. Switching clothes. The nonary game.
The nonary game. And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself. The maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared into it almost as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together, and the point connecting the dots.
Zero. He's the ringleader. The person who trapped 9 of us on this sinking ship. Zero should know everything. If we can uncover Zero's identity, all of our questions will be answered.
Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it. Or perhaps...
At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the
Oh, sorry.
Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door.
Yeah, we can do that.
Oh yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
As they sniped back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it.
Come on, you gotta tell me these things.
I, assumed you'd figured it out.
Forget it. Let's just get going.
Seven stomped off toward the smaller number 9 doors. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. Seven quickly laid his hands on the red. An asterisk appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. God. Oh, I see I got tagged on something on Twitter. Seven glanced at them and then laid his hand on the lever of the red.
All right. You guys ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Junpei paused for a moment.
Not yet.
Huh?
Before we go in, I'd like to check something.
You want to check something?
Yeah, but before I do, Seven, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us.
What do you mean? We don't need...
Just do it, all right? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay?
It was probably... it was you, Dapple.
Please, this is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here.
Junpei looked directly into Seven's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded.
Fine.
7 pulled down the lever and the door 9 creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8. After 9 seconds, the door closed.
All right. That means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So? We knew that already. It's obvious.
Obvious? Yeah. You're right. It is. Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Zero's bracelet?
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei.
So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
She reached into one of the pockets of her voluminous jacket and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned it to 7.
This was on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters, Cap. Then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet. Though the big question is, if Cap is the mastermind of this game, would he really put one of these bracelets on? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand.
Okay.
Now the captain's bracelet. And pull the lever.
However, the door didn't open. The red display read error.
I knew it. Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work?
No, that's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a 3rd asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register.
7 waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red.
Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility.
That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then what number is it?
Let's find out.
Junpei, scan the bracelet with this combination. So we know it's 6. So we need to make a 9 with a 6. Yep. We need to make a 9 with a 6. So we've got... Hold on, sorry. Hold on. It's late. I can do math. I promise. I can really do math. So Snake plus Junpei plus Cap would be 6 plus 2 plus 5. That wouldn't be it. This would be 2 plus 4 plus 6. That'd be 3. That wouldn't be it. This would be 7 plus 5 plus 6. Yeah, this would be it.
Let's try 7, me, and Cap. If this combination opens the door...
Yeah. I just didn't want to have to do that time thing. And apparently I'm not done yet.
Hey, it opened! Have the door opened!
What? Why? What does that mean?
Both 7 and Clover seemed rather shaken. As they turned back to Junpei for answers, the door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow.
Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6.
Yeah.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O.
Oh.
Which is hexadecimal
Whoa,
for...
wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
Before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up.
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with.
Then what would it be?
Her bracelet was flipped.
Oh.
In other words, June's real number is...
9.
That seems the most likely.
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because she got through doors that she shouldn't be able to.
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously in it.
Here, look.
Junpei leaned over to look at it.
List of all the numbered doors June's gone through.
I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay, Snake? And that's everything. I wrote down which door she went into and with whom. And I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 in wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, it has to still be a 6.
If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
What about it?
That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 and Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that.
Real quick sub, multiply 1438. Oh my god. Hold on. I need to get my calculator app. Or do you want me to do it by hand? 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. I just want to make sure I get this right. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1 times 9. 1, 2, 9, 4, 5, 0, 7, 8, 9. I don't know what significance that has. I don't, wait, hold on. Look at the order. No, not Snakeception. All right. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1 times 9. 1, 2, 9, 4, 5, 0, 7, 8, 9. I don't understand. If there's something obvious about this, I'm not picking it up. Third in this sleep. The third slot and the sixth slot. Nine zero. I'm really not understanding. Explain to me like I'm 5. Blackheart, do you understand, like... You just figured out what 0 was? I did? I don't... I'm really not putting together what you're saying. So there's a 9 and a 0. Yeah. Cat's Brother was a 6. Okay, keep going in game. Keep going in game, you'll see. Okay. I'm confused.
His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number, 7? Would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, sure.
7 took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations.
This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
He read out the changes he'd made. When he finished, he looked at Snake. Snake smiled.
Thank you. That is exactly right, 7.
Santa is 0.
Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
No way. Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3.
It just always works. Yeah.
Plus 3 and minus 3, they cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Santa was still playing by the rules of the nonary game this whole time.
Precisely.
So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0. If my hypothesis is correct.
Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. So did the 9th man also have a 9? Or did he have a 6? Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you... Okay, so the order is 1, 2, 9, 4, 5, 0, 7, 8, 9. So there were 2 9s then. Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei. Junpei remained silent and thought. So that was...
Hypothesis. Something doesn't seem right. June's bracelet being flipped. Even if that were possible, that would mean there are 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that's the case...
All right, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door.
Okay, I see what you mean now. Door 9 opened. They leapt through.
Oh, it's right there.
The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped. After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway in front of them.
All right, let's keep going.
At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the ship.
I think these stairs go to the bottom deck.
They leaned out and looked over the side. Oh, I'm now realizing what was going on with the 3-door.
Looks dry.
Let's head down.
After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves at the bottom of the deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door.
Hey, it's a...
Of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. It looked like the sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. Snake traced the shape of it with his fingers.
This is the Neptune symbol.
That's why Santa freaked
there
out,
must
yeah.
Be a key around here somewhere.
Yeah, we'll watch that clip later.
No, I only have the Uranus key card.
Uranus, say it right. Clearly, this wasn't going to open the store.
It's a different planet. Plus, it's the wrong kind of key.
Let's turn around and go back for now.
Yeah.
After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back to the way they'd come.
Hey, another door.
With a little more searching, they found a metal door.
And a card reader this time.
But that implies he made... Who is he in that situation? A symbol was engraved into the card reader.
It's the Uranus symbol.
This is the place.
Santa. What switch are you talking about? It beeped once and the light turned green. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they found themselves was full of books. The bracelets being switched. Okay. Oh, God.
Wow! It's totally full of books!
There's so many. I don't know where to look.
It looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books, more the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority.
All right, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Okay.
Very well.
Sure thing.
Good. Let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry.
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge. Oh, am I getting morphogenetic fields or whatever again? As he began to search for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. Oh, so this ending's just gonna be a million different things. Okay. Seek a way out! Piece of paper. Lights to the books. Huh? What does that mean? Light the books on fire! Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the next? They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Now they're like myself. That's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in the darkness, yes. Okay. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. Oh god. What's a picture book like that doing here? It looks like it's about Little League. It does seem a little weird, it's so different from the others, huh? Maybe you ought to take it with you? Book. There's a baseball in this one. Go on, Junpei, let's see what's in it. I'm going to go on a limb and say it's probably about baseball. What? Head. It says head. You mean like where my brain is? Head. This one says, transition of extinct species. We need to hurry it up, or we're gonna end up in the pages of a book like that one. That's that Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin once wrote a book on the origin of species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Exactly. Mother Nature. Is that some sort of book about hippie chicks? Probably not. It's probably, perhaps tangentially, it's more likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. Dude, hippie chicks? Really? Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. Nah, they're cool. Why did mankind lose their tails? Junpei, do you know what this one's about? Why are you asking me? I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail. That specifically is my fetish. No longer useful, and the nutrients required to grow them were better put to use elsewhere. At least, that's what I read. I was rather young. I may have remembered it incorrectly. Huh. Why the hell would a kid be reading a book like that? Because sand is built different. Micrographia, huh. Ah yes, Robert Hooke's famous work, first published in 1665. I'm sorry. Oh, Robert Hooke was the guy that discovered cells, wasn't he? He then drew pictures of many things he'd examined and published them in a book. I'd hazard a guess this shelf is concerned with natural sciences. Creatures of the South Seas. Huh. Wonder if this one's got pictures of colorful fish and stuff. Introduction to Geology. Thinking about the Earth, I guess, even when you're on the ocean. Kind of romantic in a way, I guess. Well, geology and oceanography are very, very linked. Theories of the Cambrian explosion. Did a bomb go off near somewhere called Cambria? No, it's about how we got like a big, like, a lot of life in the Cambrian period. Wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what is known as the Cambrian period, research suggests that the variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happened is, however, still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. This book is likely a collection of them. Cool. Fucking nerd. Am I gonna have to check all of these? Automated robotic assembly line techniques. Huh. What's that? Some sort of comic book? Geez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh? No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book's talking about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars. Communication and computer science, huh? That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague, I don't really know what it might be about. What's that one called? It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering. Stolen work! An overview of photochemistry. I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay? Huh, it looks like there's a whole lot of space between these books. Look, Junpei! I think there's something hidden behind the books. Gimme. Powerful light bulb. This book is called Mind Swap. I think I've heard of that book. I mean, you could, like, change bodies with someone? But I'd rather die than let Seven switch with me. What the hell? Like, I'd even want to swap bodies with Lil Brat, like... Hey, were you just imagining it? You were. Shut up! Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. Kitab al-Zif. Man, they even got some weird stuff here. I can't even pronounce this one. Who's that? Some famous guy? It's not a person. It's the name of a fictional book created by Abdul Al-Harazad. It's said to be one of the sources of using creation of the legendary Book of the Dead, the Necronomicon. Oh, so these are all occult books and stuff. Teletemporation and telepathy. What the hell is this one about? Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of teletemporation. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. This one says the golden rabbit and the moon on it. Does that mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about? God, there's like one brain cell. There's like one brain cell among all these people, and like Snake has to do so much goddamn work. It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon, according to Chinese legend. Okay, have I read all the books? Oh my god! This book says, wait. Energy theory, huh? I don't even understand the damn title. Looks like the shelf's all science and technology. What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish. What if we, like, switch them around? Switch them around? Yeah. If we move it around, maybe they'll spell something. Oh yeah, guess it's worth a shot. Worth a shot. Okay, so it's obviously nope, here, different. Open here, find bulb. Yo, I love How about this? Oh. Looks like putting these books in the right order opened this thing right up. Yeah, that was a piece of cake. Hooray! You did it, Junpei! I guess that turned out well enough. So the letters in the title spell out, open here, find bulb. Gimme. Alright, so... Can I go downstairs? Oh god, there's more. Dadkind. What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Owen. Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary? Liebernese. This book is in German. It looks like the complete works of something. I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know. Sheldrake. Isn't Sheldrake... I don't know who Sheldrake is. I'm not picking that up on that. Pythagorean Theorem! This is a famous one. That's a weird book, Junpei. Indian mathematics. That's funny. Why is that funny? Why is that? It says Riemann hypothesis. What is it? What is it to hypothesize with a Riemann? It's pretty straightforward. Heavens no, there are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication, or lack there. It's an exciting and rapidly going field. Whoa. Am I gonna get banned if I read this? Rupert Sheldrake is the man who proposed morphogenetic field theory. Okay, time to get banned. Riemann hypothesis. Because I'm pretty sure the Riemann what they just said there was a dick joke. I'm pretty sure they just used that okay, so it's something about physics, but I'm pretty sure they used that as a dick joke. Which is amazing. There's another one like that over here. You mean something like primary number theory or analytical number theory or geometry? Oh my gosh, how'd you know? Nobody has said anything about those. Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. A wild guess that the other 3 would be there as well. Looks like I was right. Is dick joke in a new Chikoshi game? Impossible. Yeah, right? This one's Goldbox Conjecture. Conjecture? What's it about? Like magic or psychic stuff or something? Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. Okay, so 7 has been, like, actually really smart up until this point, and now we put him in a library and he turns into an idiot. Yes, this is the first time I've played anything by him. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory. Sorry I said anything. Let's not get right into this right now, okay? Hey, didn't we find some really powerful light bulb earlier? Why don't you put those into those lights? Yeah, well, it'll get a lot brighter, but there are 3 lights, that means 3 light bulbs. Won't be much point unless we can replace all 3 bulbs. We need 3 light bulbs, huh? Open. God damn it. In the middle of a glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around so you get the right one to open it? What the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. Let's give it a shot. Wait, they just gave us the answer? I don't understand what the answer. Oh, wait. Yeah, 514236. Oh, whoops. Oops. 1, 4, 2, 3, 6. Okay, it must be the other way around. Is that an 8 or a 3? I need to actually let me see this. 632415. 632415. 632415. 6 3 2 4 up 4 1 5. All right, easy enough. You did it, Junpei! Yay! I don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about bringing praise for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it open, alright? Open. Light bulb! Alright. So there are 3 lights in there. I'm gonna change these bulbs. Now they should. Ah! Ah! Those light bulbs really make a difference. It's pretty bright in here now. The black... okay. Another kid's picture book. Perfect. Native Americans. Maybe it's got some... Whoa! Kill head. History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot? Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. History of Buddhism. Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome. That's gonna be one that's serious inheritance tax. Permian cultures? Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. I skipped that. It's got nothing to do with this. I skipped that. My bad. What's Hellenism? I think it's something about, like, a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. Hey, look at this book. It's called Greek Mythology. Damn, that thing's huge. Can't imagine anyone's actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it just put me to sleep. Ah, Greek culture's great. History of the Western world. Well, I assume it's about European history. Yeah. Just gonna leave it at that, Snake. Doesn't seem like you. Yeah, they probably didn't want to get into that. Oriental history. Maybe this one's about China's 4,000 years of history or something. Hey, Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. Is there another picture book around here? This one says Cosmic Inflation. Ha, ha, ha. Supermagic string theory and 10-dimensional space-time. Oh, they're just talking about the superstring theory. It's a theory of reality where, how to explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the vibrations and harmonics of the tiny supersymmetrical strings. What's this? An overview of conformal field theory? Oh, well, it's a theory that posits an invariant quantum field where conformal transformance can take place. Knock it off with this science voodoo stuff. You trying to put me to sleep? Quantum gravity. 7, do you have any idea what this is? How about you start by using real words? Then maybe we'll get somewhere. Theory of general relativity. Oh, Einstein wrote that. I know this one. That's Einstein, right? Learned something interesting a couple weeks ago. Turns out that, and it kind of blew my mind. Turns out that gravity actually travels at the speed of light. Which is kind of interesting if you think about it. This iron plate is bolted down. I don't think it's a door. I think it's just a wall. Is there any other books? Uchikosuke basically made a game about his adventures through Wikipedia. This handrail is made of metal. It's a coat rack, like a place where you hang coats and hats and stuff. Now, this one's not too big, so maybe just hats. So, any more pop-up books? How do I kill the lights? Hey, look, 7. Here's a book that's perfect for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength. You're just saying that because it says muscle. This book's just called Dissection. This bookshelf must be all medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by genre. This library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Human equilibrium theory. Human anatomy. Regeneration of internal organs. Ancient gladiators. What's this book doing here? Maybe they were researching human physical limits across history. Look, this one's called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You think they're talking about, like, if you lose part of your body, you can grow it back? I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed. In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a sixth sense. Snapple facts. Dissection Atlas, huh? This whole shelf is full of medical books. I guess this is a book about the nervous system. I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time. I'm kind of curious about it, too. There's gotta be a reason why people connect with each other, you know? Principles of monkey behavior, huh? I'd imagine it's a book describing praxeology studies on monkeys. Monkeys are very similar to humans evolutionary, so I imagine the research was fruitful. Big opening of the doors to the library. It's pretty impressive. Almost looks like Almost looks like a door to a shrine or a church or something. There's another door after it, and then it passes way beyond that. At the end of the hallways, there's a door with that Neptune symbol engraved on it. Hurry up, we need to find that key of the Mark of Neptune. Okay, this sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world! Man, it's like 7 and I don't even exist. Okay, so did I... Wait, do I have to put these... Alright, this means I have to do this. Oh, I have to project the... Oh, wait, hold on. In Junpei, we're supposed to put those Pokemon books on the stands, then you could open them up. Oh yeah, if we do that, then maybe they might make a shadow on the bottom there. True, but there are 3 stands, right? We don't have enough picture books. We need 3 picture books. Alright, where did I not look? Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. What's the deal with all the sappy stuff? Gimme. Hey, there's another one of those picture books here. Got it! Something about these things feels kind of nice, you know? I love pop-up books. Brings back good memories. I guess even people like 7 were kids once. No shit, you little brat! Hey guys, cool it. Alright, I think I'm gonna take this picture book with me. Open. What's inside? Well, aren't you gonna open it? Okay. Small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look like musical stands. Okay, how about we try putting these picture books on the stands? Then... Shieldrake... Oh, Sheldrake 5. Okay, cool. Alright. Gimme. Are you telling me that I need Junpei to fucking read?
Sheldrake 5?
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
I want to see Yujikoki's Quizlet
I think it was
page.
somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Sheldrake.
Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
Yes,
Yeah,
Allison.
Lotus told me about him.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory, morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Really?
It's a Zero
From
Escape
Lotus,
Wiki.
huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff.
She did?
Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
Sheldrake is still alive? How does he feel
Told her
about...
not to tell anyone.
Does he play these games? Is he on Twitch?
You did.
And he knows about
Why?
Zero Escape? Oh, that's great.
Well...
Look, man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me?
Thank
okay?
you!
Tell you what?
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Ugh. Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor.
The background's better. Yeah, look at this. This is so much more... like...
I suppose
aesthetic.
I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards.
No, only one.
Huh? What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the nonary game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card.
Oh, damn.
There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say, there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator. It's a threat on our lives.
Oh, well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But Doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Yeah.
Well, if you use Braille, nobody else would know.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth.
Finally!
The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Clover told me about the four-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was.
Hey, Snake?
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment?
Yeah.
How much do you know?
Clover told me about...
We know a girl died and something about morphogenetic fields.
I see.
Oh, sorry.
And the girl that died during the experiment. She told you all that, did she? At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine
is who did this and why, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes. The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagechika Musashido.
Hey, look, the Ninth Man.
Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nijisaki was his right-hand man.
That was the guy that we had. That was the guy that Snake was dressed up as Snake in Ace's flashback. Although it's interesting because apparently Ace can't recognize faces, but he remembered that we got a good whatever.
Kubota led the company's research and development division.
Ninth Man and the captain.
Musashido was their majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido...
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonori Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will.
Okay.
The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field.
So how does the how does Sheldrake feel about, like, you know, the theories of it being, like, used for, like, bad things? Like, how does he feel about that? Has he commented at length about this at all, or no?
Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation?
I don't think he knows in depth. Okay.
Experiments with humans produce the same results.
I'm sorry.
Why is that? How could it happen?
Oh, I'm not on novel mode.
The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
A game theory.
Can't bring yourself to believe it?
Yeah.
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
That's right.
Snake nodded.
But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher. Even mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver.
Okay.
What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
Jinpei thought about it for a moment.
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying.
Yes. Close enough, at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began.
Snake suddenly looked very serious.
By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
Have you ever heard of... I only got Ligma and Sigma. I'm sorry, I can't think of anything funnier. Jinpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right? You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise. Children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go to bed for work tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the game. Not a problem. I have a YouTube channel where I have been uploading all this stuff, so if you want to see my final reactions or anything leading up to this, it's all there for you, so. Twintalio is reading with a party of 3! What? What?
Of course.
You're here for the ending of a very confusing game.
They were kidnapped.
We've got Taliesin Jaffe of Critical Role explaining telepathy to us, kind of.
There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total.
Oh, siblings were taken.
For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As
well,
such,
welcome everybody.
The 18 children were split.
This is Taliesin
into 2
Jaffe if you've
groups
ever
of
watched
9.
Critical Role.
The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert.
Were you doing more Pokemon tonight, Twintalio? Hello, Twintalula. That's cute that you have, like, the same name. That you have, like, twin names.
The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic.
It was the Gigantic.
From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance.
How are you guys doing so far? I knew that you lost a bunch of Pokemon. I think it was like last week you lost a bunch. I'm sorry to hear that, but hopefully it's going better. Hopefully.
The first is Epiphany. The other is Danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem?
Lost a bunch more. It's not a good Nuzlocke if you don't lose Pokemon.
Until finally, an answer suddenly appeared in your mind.
A Nuzlocke that everything goes smoothly is not an authentic Nuzlocke, so there's ups and downs.
It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by Epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in. They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation,
well, that's
Hongo
fucked up.
hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields.
So if that was the Gigantic, and the Titanic is already gone, I guess it was the third ship that we're on the third ship then?
The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Every detail was exactly the same. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown.
That's fucked up.
Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely?
Because people on
It
Earth?
was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in.
That's pretty cool.
By
I
putting
didn't know
themselves
that.
in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with.
Well, thank you for the raid, Twintalio. Really appreciate it. Get a good sleep. This is very atypical for me to be streaming this late, but I need to finish this tonight.
Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual
Have a good
capsule.
night, everyone.
That was how they were able to return safely.
That's pretty dope. I used to be
It was
so
the
obsessed
same
with
with the
space and like
Gigantic and
moon
Building
landings
Q.
and all of that, and I never knew that. That's really awesome. This game is making me so good at Jeopardy that I will never join.
The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, they had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision only served to show how much the story had affected him. Just as Junpei was about to speak.
Hey, Junpei, Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already!
Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if waking up from a long nap.
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon.
Poor Clover having to go through this shit again. Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out an arm to stop him.
Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you.
Hmm?
Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a nonary game with any less, could you?
Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children.
One that died, and then
However,
the other one...
they had no relatives that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing.
And that's Santa and his sister.
They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi. The sister's name was... Her name was...
Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. It looked as if he was about to say... What he was about to say brought him great pain.
Her name was Akane.
Oh, God.
That was the girl who... died.
Wait! Wait! Junpei felt as if he'd been punched in the stomach. His vision went blurry, and his head felt light.
Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? Then, who is June? No. it's impossible. It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name. If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of other people do too. It doesn't mean anything. It was someone else. Of course it was.
Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
No, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, alright?
Snake raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear.
I couldn't do it. Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out.
With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. Okay. Alright, well, finally let me do this. But it didn't say 5 at the end of the shadow. Didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture? Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. Alright, cool. Why would you look at that? There's a big red button behind this book. I guess we should press this button. Boop. Okay. Sure. What was that sound? It sounded like something really big was moving. It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. Up we go. And over here. Boop. $13. Well, I bet you're gonna type something on that keyboard. Yeah, but I can only enter letters. And it looks like you can only enter 4 letters. Let's see how it works. Guessing you need to hit enter when you type in the letters. Alright, fucking fine. It's hexadecimal fucking again. It's hexadecimal fucking again. D E D not E. Yeah, D-E-A-D, dead. It's dead. It's fucking dead. D-E-A-D. Just like describes me inside. Yeah, you did it, Junpei. It's unlocked now. Good job, Junpei. Whoa there, don't get too excited. The password is dead, remember? It makes you think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. You can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on. We got it to unlock, didn't we? Let's go. Hurry up. Open. It's a thick metal door. There's a handle in the middle of it, though. Open! What'd that do? Doesn't look like the gate's changed. Alright, let's get this thing open. Wait, what did the left one not? Why wasn't the left one open? Alright, whatever, I don't care. Yay! You did it! You found it! The door opened, and Junpei and the others leapt through it.
Alright, this is the next.
Just as everyone was about to finish his sentence, their attention was drawn to the clang of metal on metal ringing out behind them.
The door!
They spun around. The door they just come through had slammed shut.
Did that just close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I don't know. Let's see.
Junpei grabbed hold of it with both his hands and pulled with all his strength.
Damn it. It looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
We can seek a way out.
There's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute. Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh, man.
They took a second at the room they'd found themselves in. Oh, there's a lot of junk. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. Final room? Alright. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who'd picked up and shaken the entire room a few times.
Looks that way.
Junpei's heart fell.
For real?
Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however. So it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time.
Damn.
Let's find that key card.
Damn, Snake.
Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. All right then, let's begin.
All right, final room. Seek a way out. Let's go. I'm just curious about something. Oh my god! There are piles of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess. It's so messy, I don't know where to start. Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzles we solved in other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Ugh. There's some old computer monitors on this desk. You don't see CRT monitors that much anymore. Hey, Junpei, isn't this a nautical table? Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before. Oh my god, is it gonna combine every single goddamn puzzle? Is it gonna combine every single goddamn puzzle? I don't have time for this shit! I need to go to bed! This monitor is part of the machine. It's really dim, though. It's got a map of the world on it, but I can barely see it. There's a panel on the left side of the monitor that looks like it's... On the side of the monitor, it looks like it's covering something. Open it. Junpei, there's a wheel over here. Oh, that should work like the steering wheel. Sterling? No, I'm too poor for that. Stealing? That might solve my money problems, but I'd rather not. Oh, right. You were in the chart room, weren't you? There was a puzzle like this in the wheelhouse. I can figure out how this one works by looking at that compass. I'll figure this will work just like that one. The other one? The important part is this nautical table we just found. I just had to match up the directions on the compass with the lines on the nautical table. I used the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I'm going to use the wheel that's attached to the side here. Okay, then show me, now. Of course. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. Alright, I need to actually look to see. I don't know how to say this, but you probably have an hour left. I don't have an hour left. I'm sorry. I gotta be done. I really can't continue. It's getting way too late. I will stream this tomorrow. I promise. I will stream this tomorrow. I really don't have an hour to spare. I am terribly, terribly sorry. I'll play this tomorrow. I can't stream for 5.5 hours tonight. Like, I'm sorry. So I'm gonna have to leave it there if I still have like an hour left. But we're gonna finish this up tomorrow with like a fairly short-ish stream. I will figure out this last goddamn puzzle, and then we'll be done. Alright? Does that sound good? I hope you guys don't mind. That is fair. It's a long-ass game. I was not expecting the visual novel game that I bought for 15 bucks on Steam was gonna end up being like 20 hours. Like, how much playtime do I have in this goddamn game? Anyway, we're gonna leave it there. Thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed yourself tonight, and you have not already, please consider leaving a follow. We're trying to grow the community and would love very much for you to be a part of it. You will get updates on when we are live next. I'm gonna stream this tomorrow. I'm gonna finish it. I swear. I'm not gonna let this game beat me. It just takes a very long time, and I want to get really into the story and dick around and stuff, and it just takes too long, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye!